Hello, I'm Desmond Howard, and welcome
Welcome, everybody, to Pasadena and the majestic Rose Bowl, one of the unique settings in all of sport. This year's Rose Bowl, presented by Prudential, is a crucial part of the college football playoff. Colliding here today, two top 25 teams having tremendous seasons set to battle it out against one another. We'll see the number 4 team in the country, the Ohio State Buckeyes. taking on the 15th ranked team, the Alabama Crimson Tide. For EA Sports College Football, I'm Chris Fowler here in the booth with Kirk Herbstreit. And I think we've talked long enough, Kirk. Let's get this game going. Alabama will kick it off to get us underway. Fielded in the end zone. It's Abuka. Tackled at the 13. Not great field position to start the drive. So the Ohio State Buckeyes special teams don't do the offense any favors with that return. And here comes one of the elite running backs in all of college football. When he gets the ball in his hands, it's just hold your breath time, Kirk. He's been electrifying.
He sure is. The embodiment of a superstar. The bona fide runner with ill intentions for the defense. This offense leans on him, and there aren't very many times that he doesn't come through for them.
The shotgun handoff here. He stopped just short of that first down marker, inches away from it. Defense trying to dig in here on this opening drive. It's third down and inches. They'll try to move the chains here on the ground. That's a strong stiff arm. Stiff arms another defender. And a big gain before he goes out of bounds. The offense keeps churning, gets a fresh set of downs.
Boy, an opportunity missed here by this defense. They get him to third down. They load up the line of scrimmage. They could not deny this back of coming up with that conversion.
The Buckeyes will hustle to the line here to run the hurry up. They'll try the ground game here with the running back. He's wrapped up nicely there by the freshman. Second down after that run on the previous play. Caught in the backfield. It's Abuka. They'll actually lose yardage after the catch. The defense all over in that time. Drops back, needing a third down completion here. Quick catch over the middle. He stopped short of the marker, so it's fourth down now. Buckeyes will send the punt team onto the field. And no chance for a return as the punt sails out of bounds. So Alabama's offense out there for their first possession. And here we go, Kirk, this matchup on the edge that's going to go a long way to deciding this game. An elite wide receiver and a guy who doesn't believe anybody can beat him.
This is going to be like a boxing match where it's an all-out battle. Two extremely gifted athletes competing on every snap. Better get your popcorn ready.
They'll bring him down after just a short pickup. Second down after that run on the previous play. Give it to the back again. They'll stop him behind the line for a loss of 1. Offense facing a third and long from the 28. Got to have your pass protection in order in this play. He's running out of time here. Heavy pressure, he lets it go. And the punt team makes its way onto the field. And the returner brought down by the coverage team there. Here comes the Buckeye offense onto the field. Last drive stalled. They were forced to punt it away. Let's see what they can come up with this time. Ball handed off. He gains 9, so it's 2nd and 1.
Great job by the offensive line here, opening up some holes and giving the running back room to run on first down. Plays like this can open up the playbook for the play caller, allow him to make that defense think, are they going to run? Maybe play action, maybe throw the ball downfield.
Second down after that run on the previous play. Back to throw. It's Howard. That's going to be incomplete. A lot of contact. No flag. Brings up third down. Try and muscle for the first down. Tackled, but only after picking up a fresh set of downs. The Buckeyes starting a new series here on 1st and 10. Off the play fake, looking to throw. Fires it to the wideout. And he finds a wide-open receiver. They forgot about him downfield. Big gain in bust midfield down near the 30-yard line.
Boy, what a big-time play here by this wide receiver. You know, sometimes, Chris, I wonder if Woody Hayes would be enjoying this modern passing attack from his Buckeyes. I'd like to think that winning would outweigh any concerns he may have about that ball being in the air so often.
Trying to find some room. It's Henderson. Finding space at the 20. That's a big gain before he goes out of bounds. It'll move the sticks more than enough for a first down. The Buckeyes are in the red zone. First down, looking to throw the ball. Launching one to the end zone. And he's got it. Touchdown, Buckeyes.
That kind of play is almost impossible to defend. When the quarterback is throwing the ball with that kind of accuracy and timing, and the receiver runs a route like this, good luck trying to stop it. So maybe this is a great start for this combination, this quarterback and receiver, for a big day.
So they'll try to add to the lead now with the PAT. And it's 7-0 after the PAT. Getting set to kick the ball off now. Bringing it out. It's Hale. Tackled at the 14. Not very good field position to start here. Alabama's offense coming back onto the field. They're coming off a quick 3 and out, so looking to put something together on this drive with a little more urgency.
Not exactly the outcome this offense was hoping for here on the option. They didn't lose any yards, which is great. I think they're definitely looking for more from that play.
And they'll tackle him about the 23-yard line. That run sets up a critical third down play. Can he get there on the ground? Eludes a tackle. Heads out of bounds after a solid gain, more than enough to pick up a first down.
Well, third down, why not hand it to your running back? He's one of the more gifted athletes on your team. You give him a chance, he's going to give you the yards that he needs, and that is a first down.
That's a solid run, good for first down yardage. And the ball is handed off out of the shotgun.
Well, another short game for this offense on the ground, and you got to give a lot of credit to the defense. They have really negated that aspect of this offense the entire first half and really making them one-dimensional. And if that doesn't change, I don't know how they get back into this game.
They're backed up here trying to make something happen on third and long. Dropping back, it's Milroe. Looking right, this one caught. Defense will make the stop, and it will probably be the final play of this opening quarter. Well, Ohio State has the lead here, Kirk. Let's check out the stats now through the opening period. They've flipped ends of the field. We're ready now for the second period. And the punt team now on to kick it away. He's on to boot it away now. Oh, it lands just short of the goal line, but bounces in for a touchback. Here comes the powerful Ohio State offense onto the field. They reached the end zone the last time out, trying to do the same thing here. Goes backwards, losing 3 yards there. After the first down loss, it's second and long from the 17. From the shotgun now, here's an inside give. Solid run, moves the ball out across the 20 to the 21. They come to the line, a long way to go for the first down, but needing this crucial conversion right now. Let's it fly to the wideout. Finds a man open on the right side downfield. They bring him down, but that's a solid gain on the play. He'll hand it off. It's a 1-yard gain, second and 9 coming up. Drops back from the shotgun, looking for an open man. Makes a quick catch. They bring him down just short of the marker, inches away from a first down. Third down upcoming after that completion. They'll try to run for the first down. Tackled behind the line. It's a loss of 2. Buckeyes bring their punt team onto the field. They're going to kick it away for the second time. not a very good boot. Sets up the offense in great field position. Here comes the Alabama offense onto the field. They were forced to punt last time. Can they get this offense going finally? Get some points out of this possession. They try the middle, but gain nothing on that play. Important second down play coming up. They'll run it here. The junior able to bring him down quickly. So the offense getting set. This is not where you want to be against this defense. Third and long. Dropping back. Looking to throw for the first down. Intercepted. Picked off by the defense. He's got some room and some blockers here. That's a pick and a long return before finally being taken down.
Boy, great hands by the defender to take that ball away and pretty much steal it from the intended receiver. I don't know if I'd be targeting that defender very many more times.
Here comes the powerful Buckeye offense back onto the field. They had to punt the ball last time. Now they're looking to add points, build on this lead. Defense able to stop the ball carrier there. Second down play coming up for this offense. Scanning the field. It's Howard. And he's going to fling it deep, going for it all here. Oh, and he doesn't hang on off the deflection there. It's going to bring up a third down play. Dropping back, looking to throw for the first down. Into the end zone. Touchdown, Ohio State. So the offense clicking now, Kirk, building the lead, and this one could get out of hand.
Well, it's just complete domination. The offense is executing and doing their job, putting points on the board. The defense has shown up, prepared, ready to play. It just feels like this game's getting sideways in a hurry.
So they'll try to add to the lead now with a PAT. The kick sails through, so the lead is 14-9. Here's the kickoff team now, set to boot this one away. Return starts from inside the 5. And the returner will be brought down. So here comes the Alabama offense back onto the field. This offense trying to bounce back in the last possession and then in a pick. First down, looking to throw the football. Quarterback escapes the pocket. In the clear at the 25. Quarterback gets down to avoid the tackle.
Man, it is fun to watch this guy get out in the open field. I didn't realize he could run like this. That's a big game for this offense.
Alabama comes up to the line quickly. Off the play fake, looking to throw on first down. Fires it to the wideout. He's got an open man downfield, and it's caught. Tackle made, but it's a huge gain all the way to the 33-yard line. So we reached the 2-minute warning, and this offense trying to get something going here and cut into this lead before halftime. Here comes a first down pass attempt. The sure hands, it's Williams. They make the tackle, but not before a solid gain on that pass. Quarterback looking to throw it on second down. Snags a quick throw. And he'll head out of bounds, but not before picking up enough for a first down. About time this offense gets going, it's a 1st and 10. Here comes a throw from the red zone. And he's got his man open downfield. Tackled at the 5-yard line. Now it's 1st and goal right there.
Just a good job of spreading the wealth, making sure everybody's getting their touches. When you do that, the defense can't lock in on one guy or two guys. Make them have to be aware of everybody. It allows you to continue to spread the ball around and spread the field, making it tougher for this defense.
He's moving out of the pocket. And he runs it into the end zone. Touchdown, Bama.
Chris, we're still early in this football game. We're in the second quarter. This is a critical touchdown to get their confidence to believe that they can come back and still win this game.
Lining up to try the extra point. PAT up and good to get a little bit closer. Here's the kickoff team. Let's see if they give the returner an opportunity to bring this back. So it'll be a touchback. Ball spotted at the 25. Okay, here comes the Ohio State offense back on the field. Great possession last time. They punched it into the end zone. Can the defense come up with a stop this time? And a short pitch and catch to the tight end. And he's shoved out of bounds by the defense short of the first down marker. Dropping back, it's Howard. Makes a quick grab. And he's brought down, but not before he gets first down yardage. The offense will take their first time out of the half to talk strategy here. New center down to the offense, 1st and 10. Quarterback looking to connect with the receiver here. Ball is incomplete, broken up by the defender nicely that time. Incomplete, second down coming up. There's the snap, and he's looking to throw. The sure hands, it's Smith. Not much after the catch, but it is good enough for a first down. The Buckeyes come to the line to start a fresh set of downs. Looking to throw it on first down. Looking for the wide out. Easy throw to a wide-open receiver downfield. Brought down after the catch, but the gain moves the ball to the 30. On 1st and 10, looking to throw. Makes the catch. It's Judkins. They make the stop, but not before a solid gain that time. The offense will quickly spend a timeout here after the play. The Buckeyes are in the red zone. And looking to throw now on first down. And it's picked off in the end zone.
When you get this close to the end zone, you've got to be able to come away with points, at the very least, a field goal. They've got to be scratching their heads and hoping that in the second half, this play right here doesn't come back to bite them.
Here comes the Crimson Tide offense onto the field. It'd be a surprise if they took a risk here in the final seconds of the first half, backed up near their own end zone. Quick throw complete to the tight end. They get him down, but the gain moves the ball up to the 36. Timeout is called to talk strategy late in this close game with halftime approaching. So quickly all the way up to the 36 and it's first down. Back to pass. It's Milroe. It's a quick grab. Tackle made after a nice pickup on the play. The offense will call a timeout. That's their second of the half. The offense comes back out there. Not much time left. Perhaps just time for a couple plays before the half. On 1st and 10 here, looking to throw the ball. And it's incomplete. Just 10 seconds remaining now. Offense lines up for a second down play off the incompletion. Quarterback drops back, probing the secondary. Looks downfield and connects with a wide-open wide receiver. So a timeout is called. Just a few seconds left here in the first half. So on first down, the field goal unit will come out there trying to get 3 points before the half. And it's good right down the middle.
Well, Chris, it's a nice kick here to polish off that drive with at least 3 points up on the board.
So here's the kickoff now. Offense settling for 3, tacking on a little bit of momentum before the halftime break. Fields it inside the 5-yard line. And the coverage team brings him down as the clock runs out in the first half of play. Miller's going to wrap up the first half here. Let's kick it now to Kevin Connors with our halftime update.
All right, guys, thanks. Looks like we've had ourselves a very enjoyable first half so far. And there is no better place to start this halftime than by reviewing how this wideout has been a one-man wrecking crew. The kid's been everywhere. And I love how he's willing to go across the middle, but then he also has the jets to burn these DBs on the deep ball. If this defense wants to actually come back in this one, they better hide his cleats. It's time to throw it back to our guys in the booth to start up the second half.
Well, he thought about coming out, but instead takes a knee to bring the football to the 25-yard line. Alabama's offense coming back onto the field. On 1st and 10, they'll look to throw it. That's caught. It's Williams. He's brought down quickly. A short gain gets them a few yards closer to the marker. Quarterback wants to throw it on 2nd down. Lets it go quickly. And the ball is picked off. Brought down after a short return, but the interception gives the offense the football at the 40.
I'm going to give the defensive coordinator a tip of the cap here. They went with dime coverage with 6 defensive backs, which gives them a lot more speed on the field. And with those defensive backs, they're able to play better in space. They recognize the ball, step in front of it for a nice interception.
1st down play call. How aggressive will it be? And the single back takes the handoff. It's a 2-yard gain. 2nd and 8 coming up. We'll go with the ground game here. Running back takes the handoff. Catch made, but the defense gobbles him up for just a short gain. Critical 3rd down play for this offense right here. Back to pass. It's Howard. And that pass is hauled in over the middle. They bring him down, but a big chunk of yardage on the play.
That's a great feeling when your quarterback can make a throw that keeps the drive alive. Not as good as a touchdown, but it's a lot better than having to trot over to the sideline waiting for your turn to get another chance.
Buckeyes lining up here on 1st and 10. Out of the shotgun, he hands it off. Brought down after a 7-yard gain, so it's 2nd and 3. Looking for a gap. It's Judkins. That's a nice tackle there by the senior. So here we go. 3rd down in the red zone. The kind of play that decides football games. Quarterback leaves the pocket on the move now. Brought down at the 3, but that's enough for a 1st and goal. The Buckeyes looking to punch it in here. It's 1st and goal. And he gets to the end zone. Touchdown, Buckeyes. How important was that touchdown, Kirk? It's now a 2-possession game here in the 2nd half.
It's a great job of this offense with their execution and having situational awareness here in the 2nd half. They now have, as you said, Chris, this 2-possession lead. They got a great chance to finish it off and get a win.
And they'll set up now for the extra point try. They add the extra point, and the lead now is 11, 21-10. Kickoff team has come on the field now to send this one away. Fields it just outside the goal line. And the coverage team pins him in and brings him down. Here comes the Alabama offense onto the field. This drive is important. Last one ended in an interception. Let's see if they can get it going here. Quick pass. Here comes a jet sweep. There's a loss after the completion. That's a good play by the defense. They're behind the sticks on 2nd and long here from the 12. To the air. It's Milroe. Running back has it on the screen now. Jukes to get past a man.
One thing I love about this back is how he gets involved in the passing game. Nice catch here.
They'll give it to the running back. They get him down, but that's a nice play. Moves the ball to the 33. Fresh set of downs for the offense. 1st down. Off the play fake, looking to throw. Fires it to the wideout. Caught over the middle. It's Law. An explosive play. Big gain across midfield to the 42.
A nice throw and a great catch by another Alabama wide receivers. And that's really where we are anymore with Alabama. You just come to expect great receivers like this. You think back in recent years to Amari Cooper and Jerry Jeudy, Jalen Waddle, Devontae Smith. The list goes on and on. And boy, they've got some great-looking receivers on this squad.
Watch the spin move. And the broken tackle there produces a solid game.
Well, this is why they want to get his hands on the football as often as possible. We always know about his ability to make plays downfield, but here they just get it to him quick on a wide receiver screen. He shakes the tackle and picks up nice yards.
A gain makes it 2nd and medium. There's the snap. Quarterback setting up to throw. The short completion of the tight end. A big hit by the linebacker, able to knock him down. And the tight end goes in motion before the snap. And the quarterback keeps it here. He's stopped, but he gets a first down. This Alabama offense is moving quickly down the field. On the ground, it's Miller. The gain is 2 yards, so it's 2nd and 8. Here's the snap. Quarterback drops back. Got him for a sack. A big play made by one of the senior leaders of this defense.
I mean, that's just being a difference maker up front. You look at that uniform, you think over the years with Joey Bosa, Nick Bosa, and Chase Young, and so many great defensive linemen. And this guy right here is showing you he's got some of the similar skill set as some of those greats.
3rd down. The offense desperately needs a conversion here, trailing in the 3rd quarter. Dropping back, it's Milroe. This one's going to fall incomplete. Brings up 4th down. The coach chooses to go for a field goal attempt here. This is a daunting attempt from 54 yards out. Let's see if he's got the leg. And he knocks that one right through.
Boy, this guy has such a strong leg. No problem. Up into the net from 50 plus.
So after coming away with 3 in that drive, the kickoff team is out. Fielded in the end zone. It's Abuka. Tackled at the 13. Not great field position to start the drive. Big guys up front line up. It's 1st down. Off the play fake, looking to throw. Quarterback moving out of the pocket, trying to create. Pressured and dropped back at the 8-yard line. Well, Kirk, Ohio State has the lead here after 1. Sitting in pretty good position as we wrap up the 3rd quarter. Let's check out the game stats so far. We're set now for the 4th quarter. Who's going to make the crucial plays to take home this W? That sack makes it 2nd down and forever. Quarterback drops back from the shotgun. He's escaping the pocket now. Slides down to avoid the tackle. Offense been in reverse here. Now a long way to go to convert this 3rd down. Looking to pass. It's Howard. And it's intercepted. A crushing play. And that's a solid return after the interception.
What a play by the defense. Really, the only way they can get back into this game is to create a turnover. They get an interception, and they're in business.
Score and at a 2-point conversion to tie it. Quarterback drops back. We're going to test the secondary. Catch made in the end zone. Touchdown. Tie.
That is great job here by this offense, taking advantage of a big opportunity provided to them by their own defense after that turnover. And why wait? They get aggressive, make the throw, and it pays off for a touchdown.
So they get the touchdown, now looking for the 2-point conversion to tie this one up late. And the quarterback dropping back. And it's incomplete as he just overthrew his receiver that time. Now the kickoff team is out on the field. And here's the return from inside the 5. And they've got the returner corralled. Okay, here comes the Ohio State offense back on the field. The last possession ended in an interception. Let's see if they continue to trust this quarterback in the passing game. They start the drive with a good throw to the right. And he's tackled for a loss after the catch. The defense all over that one. Off play action, he's looking to throw. Going for a big play downfield. Tried to go very deep there. Good effort. But now it's third down. Not going to be easy here. Backed up a long way to go for a first down. There's some pre-snap movement. Back in motion. And he'll drop back here on third down. The pass rush closing in. It's a sack. They've got it back at the 4-yard line.
Chris, that's on the offensive line right there. They definitely have to be feeling responsible because it's almost like you didn't protect your little brother back there.
The Buckeyes will have to punt this one away. Looking to flip the field here. And he's able to get the boot away. Well, he's got a crease here. Look out. The coverage team makes the stop on this return. So here comes the Alabama offense back onto the field. And the wideout goes in motion. A pop pass on the jet sweep. An explosive play. They'll finally make the tackle down at the 27-yard line.
The defense has got to do a much better job here of adjusting to the pre-snap motion. They just kind of stayed in place, and it gave the receiver plenty of room there to make a nice play.
First down, looking to throw the ball. Looks over the middle, and that's complete. They bring him down, but that's a solid gain on the play. Tackle is made, but the junior quarterback shows off his arm strength that time. A pre-snap motion from the offense. They flip it to him on the jet sweep. And the runner brought down after just a short gain. Coming to the line on second down. This is important. They want to avoid a third and long. They'll hand it off. And the defense able to hold him there to a short gain. So here we go. Third down. Defense needs to stop here. Try to force a field goal attempt. To throw, it's Milroe. He's got it right near the end zone. Touchdown, Alabama. And they take the lead in the fourth quarter. No surprise there, Kirk. It's a red zone touchdown to the big tight end.
Well, the tight ends are usually much more involved down in the red zone because of their size and their skill set allows them to be more effective down in this area. Yeah, they may not hurt you on the big, long throw, but they can use their bodies to provide the quarterback a nice target when the defense is so condensed.
They're setting out to try the PAT. And not through the PAT, so the lead is 5 here in the fourth quarter. Kickoff team is on the field to boot this one away. He thought about returning it, but instead takes a knee. It'll be a touchback. He'll start at the 25. And the Ohio State offense comes back onto the field. And he's going to float this one to the right side. Aggressive call, a deep shot on first down, but incomplete. Second down after that previous play. And the quarterback looking to make a play through the air. Quick completion to the tight end. Finally, they get him. A great tackle by the cornerback. Not easy with that size difference. Looking to pick up the first down through the air. Grab behind the line. It's Sambuca. And a big gain before he goes out of bounds. The offense keeps churning, gets a fresh set of downs.
Man, you just continue to see the chemistry between these two. And they told us yesterday in our production meeting, they spent hours and hours of working and developing that chemistry and that rhythm by throwing together throughout those summer months. And, man, it's starting to really pay off. He's become his security blanket for the quarterback, and especially on third down, get him the ball.
Buckeyes getting set on 1st and 10. Looking to throw again. He fires it. No, and he doesn't hang on. Looks like it was deflected before it got to him. That'll bring up 2nd down. It's a draw to the back. Running with purpose. They get him down, but the junior with an excellent run there. 1st down here. Time for one more play before the clock stops for the 2-minute warning. And we've reached now the 2-minute warning. Sets up as a dramatic finish as this offense tries to grab the lead late here. Looking downfield, it's Howard. Receiver makes the grab. They bring him down, but a solid game there on 1st down. Looks to be just inches short of the marker. They'll look to throw it here on 2nd down. Bought some time, now lets it go. Caught near the sticks. It's Judkins. And they bring him down at the 5. Solid game, though, in the completion. And a quick timeout call by the offense after the play, trying to preserve as much clock as possible. On 1st down, it's play action. Caught near the goal line. Tackled after the catch, but the ball moves to the 4-yard line. 2nd and goal for the offense. Quarterback drops back from the shotgun, looking for a receiver. Touchdown, Ohio State. They jump in front here in the 4th.
That is just an outstanding job by this quarterback with the game on the line. He finds the matchup with his go-to receiver, makes a perfect throw here to the receiver, and they score late to take the lead.
And the offense will stay out there for a 2-point try, trying to build the lead to 3 points. Here's the snap. Quarterback looking to throw. And it's incomplete. The try fails. Instead of going up by 3, still a 1-point game here in the 4th quarter. He's going to return it from near the goal line. Stop at the 22. That's pretty solid coverage there. Here comes the Crimson Tide offense onto the field. They'll come out throwing here to start the drive. Looks downfield and finds a receiver who worked his way wide open. Breaks clear over the right side. Can they chase him down? Touchdown, Crimson Tide. And they claim the lead here in the final quarter.
Well, this is why they love this guy so much, is when it's crunch time, he makes plays like this. And what I love is the quarterback knows all I got to do is get the ball in his hands, and he can do the rest of the work and get it all the way to the end zone. Great play.
What have they got cooked up for this 2-point conversion attempt? Looking to throw. It's Milroe. Looks left and finds his target there. And he stopped short. Big play by the defense to keep this a 5-point game in the 4th quarter. He'll bring it out from his end zone. And he's brought down at the 16, and we've been better off leaving it in the end zone for a touchback. Here comes the Buckeye offense onto the field. Here we go. They need a touchdown. They got some time to work with here. They got to be precise and manage the clock wisely. Quick throw, catch made on the out route. Now they've got to hustle to the line and get set. Looking to pass here on 2nd down. He's moving out of the pocket. Fighting off the defender. And he decides to step out of bounds, avoiding the contact. Doesn't have enough for the 1st down. Offense needs points quickly here, trying to dial up some explosive plays. Let's see what they've got called. Here's a wide-open receiver, complete. And the coach quickly calls timeout after the play, trying to hold on to as much time as possible. They'll get set, needing to score quickly now, looking for some big plays right here. First down, looking to throw the football. Looking for his big tight end. It's caught downfield. He's taken down, but that's a nice gain to spot the ball now at the 35. And he spikes it to stop the clock. Now it's second down here. Quarterback sets up, looking for an open man. And he just throws the ball away there. Nobody open. Excellent coverage. The offense was moving well, but 2 incompletions sets up a 3rd and 10. Dropping back, looking to throw for the first down. Quarterback escapes the pocket and takes off. Finding space at the 20. And the offense will spend a timeout to stop the clock. 21 seconds remaining. The Buckeyes will line up on 1st and 10. Snapping it from the red zone now, looking to throw. Coming to the line on 2nd down. This is important. They want to avoid a 3rd and long. Back to throw. It's Howard. Defense is coming after him. Down the right sideline, but it's incomplete. They're backed up here, trying to make something happen on 3rd and long. Dropping back, looking to throw for the first down. But just gives up on the play, throws it away, and now it's 4th down. So 5-point game, they need a touchdown. They'll keep the offense on the field. Trying for a 4th down completion. Touchdown, Buckeyes, to take the lead in the final minute.
Chris, what a drive by this offense to put the go-ahead score up with under 10 seconds to go. You know, as a quarterback, you hope for opportunities like this, and this offense and the quarterback delivers in a big way.
The offense will set up now for the 2-point conversion, trying to extend the lead to 3 points. Here's the snap, looking to throw. And this is caught. Smart call there to go for 2 and make it a 3-point game in the late stages. Kickoff team on the field getting set now. And he'll bring it out from inside the 10. He's tackled at the 21. That's where the drive will start. Offense will need some big plays to get into field goal range. The clock, a huge factor here. Here comes a first down pass attempt. And now in the final couple minutes, here's a deep shot. It's picked off again, the 4th for this QB today. And on that takeaway, the final play of the game. Welcome, everybody, to Pasadena and the majestic Rose Bowl, one of the unique settings in all of sport. This year's Rose Bowl, presented by Prudential, is a crucial part of the college football playoff. This is an important matchup, a battle of two top 10 teams, two forces colliding. One team will leave here making a big statement, as we'll see the #2 team in the country, the Georgia Bulldogs, taking on the 4th-ranked team, the Ohio State Buckeyes. For EA Sports College Football, I'm Chris Fowler, joined here in the booth by Kirk Herbstreit. Kirk, let's get to the action on the field. The Buckeyes will kick this away to get us going here. And the kickoff will be a return. And he stopped at the 20. Tried to make something happen. That's good coverage there. So Georgia's offense making their way on the field to open this game. And Kirk, here comes the star tight end. There's so much emphasis in college football on using this position creatively. I mean, this guy's as good as any of them.
Yeah, you nailed it, Chris. We've seen tight ends have a big impact in college football in the past, but what this guy is doing right now is unbelievable. Speed of a wide receiver, size and power of an offensive lineman. We're looking at a freak out there today.
And on 4th down, right back to the running game. Tackled behind the line. It's a loss of 2. Offense getting set. 2nd down play here. Dropping back. It's Beck. That one falls incomplete. Looking for a flag. Doesn't get it. Brings up 3rd down. They come to the line. A long way to go for the 1st down, but needing this crucial conversion right now. And it's complete downfield. They keep the drive going. It's a 1st down at the 46. The Dogs look to keep this drive moving. Handoff here from the shotgun. Picks up 3 yards, so 2nd and 7. Here's the snap. Looking to throw here. Grab down the middle. It's Smith. They stop him, but it's a 1st down. Tackle made, but a strong arm throw by the senior quarterback. They'll run it here. That's the running back with the ball. And they'll stop him after a fairly minimal pickup. 2nd down play coming up. And he'll set up to throw. Here's a shot toward the end zone. And it's caught. Touchdown, Dogs.
Great job here by the play caller, going to that 5 wide receiver set. You put all these guys out in space and create one-on-one matchups. It's very tough on this defense to try to win all the matchups and give the quarterback credit for being able to find where he wanted to go to be able to come up with that touchdown.
Hold on a second. The replay official has signaled that he wants to have another look at this play. Looks like they got the ruling on the field right the first time. They confirm it with review. And the PAT makes it 7-0 to open scoring. Now they get set to kick it away. And he takes this from inside the 5. And he stopped at the 20. Tried to make something happen, but that's good coverage there. So Ohio State's offense gets their first crack now. And here comes that star wide receiver. He's got the bounce, the aura. He walks on the field with some swag saying, I'm the man, and I know it.
Well, he certainly does, and you know what? He probably should. It's founded in all the hard work that he puts in, the dedication in the summertime during practice. You can see some of the defensive backs watch him as he warms up, studying him, because they know it's going to be a long day trying to deal with this receiver.
Trying to create outside the pocket now. He'll be wrapped up on the scramble there, settling for a short gain. So the offense getting set. This is not where you want to be against this defense. 3rd and long. Looking to throw. It's Howard. Pressure is coming. Receiver looks it in. It's complete. They bring him down, but an explosive play by this offense. Big gain. Buckeyes come to the line in the hurry up.
What a clutch play here by this offense to convert on 3rd down. I know it's still early in this game, but the fact that they've dug themselves a hole to convert there and keep this drive alive, they got a new set of downs and a chance to dig into this lead.
Offense getting set. It's 2nd down.
Well, a lot of times when a quarterback sees man defense, he wants to get the ball out of his hands as quickly as possible, put the ball in the hands of one of their best playmakers, and hope that he can break a tackle or two on the outside and get a big play.
And that broken tackle will earn him first down yardage. The Buckeyes come to the line to set a fresh set of downs. The back's got it. Only a small gain. Now looking at 2nd and 9. And here comes play number 6 on this drive. Second down, we're going to throw it. He'll take a deep shot here. Oh, and it's almost intercepted on the first possession here. It's going to bring up 3rd down. Not going to be easy here. Backed up a long way to go for a first down. And he'll loft it to the end zone. And he's got it. Touchdown, Ohio State. Aren't you taught on defense, Kirk? Don't let him throw the football over your head. Exactly what happened there.
That makes me really wonder if it was some kind of miscommunication. If I'm the defensive coordinator, I pull my defensive backs over, make sure everybody's on the same page and getting the right call.
Now the try here for the extra point. And it's up and good. Kickoff team is on the field. Let's see if they give the returner a chance to bring this one back. Bringing it out. It's Lovett. Tackled at the 14. Not very good field position to start here. And the Georgia offense is back out on the field. They were able to punch it in the end zone last time, looking to do the same thing here to see if the defense can make adjustments. Tackle made on the play at the 29-yard line. Offense operating from the pistol. They call the draw play here. They tackle him. Looks like it's going to be just short of the mark, inches away. Come to the line for a 2nd down and very short now. Looking to pass. It's back. Quarterback looks to his right and finds his man. Finds just enough space and makes the first down. A new set of downs after that completion. Looking to throw it on first down. And he finds a wide open receiver. They forgot about him downfield. They finally get him, but it's across midfield. Big gain to the 33.
Really good route here by the receiver, but I love the quarterback's ability to look off that safety and make that throw. And that's part of the quarterback's job here when you play in Athens for this Georgia offense. They've had some great quarterbacks over the years. Guys like Matthew Stafford and Aaron Murray, and more recently Jake Fromm, and of course Stetson Bennett, who won back-to-back national championships. And what they're seeing today from this quarterback, they got to be very proud of.
First down play call coming up. How aggressive will it be? There's the snap. Looking to throw the ball. Nice grab. It's Lovett. They make the stop, but not before a solid gain that time. Georgia has moved into the red zone. And they hand it off to the back. And that run produces a decent gain.
Chris, it's the consistency of this back is giving this defense fits. They've got to come up with some changes up front. This guy's already over 50 yards, and if he keeps running the way he is, not only is he having a great day, but it's going to give this quarterback a chance to hit some big plays downfield off play action.
We are deadlocked at the end of a fun, competitive first quarter. Let's check out the stats so far. And after a promising start, we hope that both these teams will just continue with more of this action. So here comes 2nd down now. Every play important down here in the red zone. Caught quickly. Brought down at the 2 after the catch. The offense close to punching it in. Crucial 3rd down coming up in the red zone. Can they keep the drive going, or will they have to settle for 3? He's hit right as he throws it, incomplete. So the coach will decide to settle for 3 points here. Out comes the field goal unit. The field goal is good.
Well, they almost put a touchdown on the board, but instead they come away with 3 points.
They come away with 3 points on the drive, and now the kickoff team will boot it away. They'll return it from inside the 5. They'll be tackled at the 18. That's good coverage there. Here comes the powerful Ohio State offense onto the field. The last drive, the passing game, very effective. Moved them right down the field. Can the defense make adjustments? And he'll loft this one deep to the left side. And the pass is dropped. Would have been a big gain, but he couldn't hold on. Incomplete, so it's 2nd down and 10. Handing off on the draw play. They're gaining some breathing room now. Tackle at the 26. So a very makeable 3rd down for this offense from the 26-yard line. Can they pick up the first on the ground? The Buckeyes pick up enough yardage to keep this drive rolling. 1st down here for this offense. Looking downfield, it's Howard. Quick throw to his receiver. And he pulls in the catch. They bring down the receiver, but that's a nice gain on that play. The completion makes it 2nd and short. Trying to flex the ground game here. Running back takes the handoff. They'll stop him behind the line for a loss of 1. Trying to success the formation. It's 3rd down. Looking to pick up the 1st down through the air. Caught over the middle. It's Scott. And the gain just good enough for a 1st down.
Well, this is called settling down in his own defense, just kind of finding that soft spot. So not only does this tight end show that he's got great athletic ability and great size, here he shows that he understands coverage by sitting down in that hole, giving the quarterback a nice target, able to pick up that 1st down.
On 1st and 10, looking to throw. He's looking to scramble. He'll avoid the big hit with the slide. Buckeyes will have 1st and 10 here. Quarterback drops back. He makes the grab. They stop him at the 23. This offense is getting close to the red zone. This line getting set up. It's a 1st down play. And the quarterback drops back looking for an open man. Lets it fly to the wideout. And he's got it. The game moves the football to the 6-yard line. It'll be 1st down and goal. 1st and goal. They'll try to run it in. The sophomore with a strong tackle there. We'll see if the offense can punch it in on 2nd and goal. They go with a direct snap. Fights his way in for the score. Touchdown, Buckeyes. He just goes up and over the pile for that touchdown.
And that's some serious vertical by this running back. A well-earned touchdown on the goal line.
And they get set now to try the PAT. Extra point makes the lead 4. The kickoff team on the field now as they get set to send this one away. Return starts from inside the 5. They'll be tackled at the 17. Strong job by the coverage team. And the powerful Georgia offense is back out on the field. Last time out, they moved the ball well, but had to settle for a chip shot field goal. Grab down the middle. It's Smith. They make the tackle, but that pass creates a solid gain.
This is an example of a quarterback and his offense just taking what the defense gives you. Not a huge play, but positive yards. The defense wants to give that throw to you. Take it, get the ball to your receiver, stay ahead of the sticks.
Scanning the field, it's Beck. He pulls it in for a big gain. Oh, and nothing but green grass ahead. Touchdown, Georgia. Strong game by this quarterback.
Chris, how dangerous is his offense? Well, of course, you know about the receivers, those vertical shots, but here's an example. You get the ball and the running back out in space, takes it all the way to the end zone for a touchdown.
Here's the point after attempt. The extra point makes it a 17-14 lead. Getting set to kick the ball off now. Fields it inside the 5-yard line. And he's tackled at the 21. That's where the drive will start. Here comes the powerful Buckeye offense back onto the field. If they want to cut into this lead before halftime, they have to work quickly now. Short throw complete to the tight end. That completion sets up a second down play. From the shotgun, drops back looking for an open man. Here's a throw underneath to the tight end. Tackled quickly after the catch. He'll be short of the marker. They get to the line in a hurry here for this third down. There's the snap. They'll set up to throw. Lofting it toward the left sideline. That one falls incomplete. They tried to press it deep, but now it brings up fourth down. The Buckeyes will send their punt team onto the field. He'll call for the fair catch here. So here we go. First play of the drive, under 2 minutes before halftime. And looking to throw now on first down. It's complete. What a grab near the sideline. It's a big gain before he goes out of bounds. It'll move the sticks. More than enough for a first down. On 1st and 10 here, looking to throw the ball. Short pass finds the tight end. He'll be taken down, but he does have first down yardage. A new set of downs after that completion. On 1st and 10, they'll look to throw it. With the catch, it's Humphreys. That's a big gain. The offense is threatening that. Spot the ball at the 22.
This offense is clicking, and clearly everything seems to be working. The coordinator is calling good plays. The quarterback and the rest of his receivers and running backs are executing. And frankly, this defense is showing almost no resistance.
Georgia getting set with a 1st and 10 now. So the offense calls a timeout here. That's their first of the half. The back behind the quarterback now in the pistol. To throw, it's back. Bringing pressure. That one falls incomplete. Good defensive play. Brings up second down. On the shotgun, he's probing the secondary. Oh, it's picked off. What a play. Look out. He's got some space. He's at the 50. It's a big return off the INT. They steal their offensive possession.
He didn't really seem to feel like he had anybody open. He just puts it up in the air, and the defense says, thank you, we'll take it.
Okay, here comes the Ohio State offense back on the field. Well, it's been an entertaining first half. Not much time remaining to cut into this lead. Short connection to the tight end here. And a timeout is called to talk strategy. Close game here as we approach halftime. What's the play call here on second down for this offense? And they're moving the receiver now before the snap. Quarterback looking to pass here on second down. Caught over the middle. It's Abuka. And a quick timeout call by the offense after the play.
You know, we talked this week with the offensive coordinator about what makes this receiver so special. He kept referring to his route running. Here's an example of that. Great route, enough separation to give the quarterback a nice lane to throw the football.
He's brought down at the 6. The offense will have 1st and goal right there. Snap it. Quarterback looking to throw the ball. Launching one to the end zone. And it's caught. Touchdown, Ohio State.
Well, that's a thing of beauty right there. Good job all around. Offensive line gave the quarterback enough time. Quarterback puts it right on the money. And with this receiver running a route like this, makes it pretty simple. All you have to do is get his head turned around, catch that football. He's already in the end zone for the touchdown.
So they'll try to add to the lead now with a PAT. And the extra point is good, makes it a 21-17 game. So an important touchdown just before halftime. Not much time for the opposing offense to try to answer before the break. He'll return it from inside the 10-yard line. Tackling at the 22. Good job by the coverage team. So the offense looking to be efficient here. Not much time remaining before the end of the half. Looking for a gap. It's Etienne. Oh, and he fumbles. Offense keeps possession, recovers the fumble. And the offense will now quickly spend a timeout. Just time enough for one more play in the half. To throw, it's Beck. They make the tackle as time expires. That'll do it for the first half. And that will do it for the first half here. Kevin Connors now has our halftime update.
All right, thanks, guys. And through 2 quarters of ball, it looks like we're in for another fun one here today. Each of these 2 offenses has looked like well-oiled machines, but it doesn't take a genius to figure out these 2 passing attacks have run circles around these defenses. Man or zone, nothing seems to be working, and I'm not sure that defensive coordinator is going to be able to figure things out here at halftime. That said, let's get back to the field and our guys in the booth to start the second half.
Dogs will kick this deep to begin the second half. Fields it just outside the goal line. He's tackled at the 21. That's when the drive will start. Okay, here comes the Ohio State offense back on the field. And they'll start the third quarter here on the ground.
Nice job here of controlling the line of scrimmage by this offensive line. The back does what he needs to do to get positive yards on first down.
Quarterback looking to throw it on second down. That's caught. It's Abuka. They bring him down, but the drive has now reached the 35. Offense keeps moving. It's a completion for a first down. From the shotgun, drops back. Running out of time in the pocket. And the junior able to get home with the sack.
Boy, what an incredible push by this defensive line. And if you're going to survive in the SEC, the teams that really separate themselves are the teams that have great defensive linemen, especially in the interior. And Georgia has had an incredible legacy over the years. And it's nice to see that this player right here is trying to live up to that.
That sack sets up a second down and very long. To the air, it's Howard. He's moving out of the pocket now. Slides to avoid the big hit. Offense been in reverse here. Now a long way to go to convert this third down. From the gun, he looks for an open man. Throws it to the right. He's got an open man downfield, and it's caught. Tackle made after a big gain.
The defense is spread all over the field, creating some one-on-one matchups, and the quarterback makes them pay for it.
Buckeyes looking to run some tempo here. First down, looking to throw the ball. And the junior gets home, making a sack there.
Well, I love this defense and how they're playing some man coverage. And let's face it, when you do that, it's a bit risky. You can leave your defensive backs out there on islands, but the good combination of good coverage with a good pressure on the quarterback, and you come up with sacks like this.
We'll see if the offense can overcome that sack. Second and long. Quarterback looking to connect with the receiver here. And the pass is incomplete. 7th play of the drive coming up, but it is third down and long. Here's the snap. Offense looking to throw the ball. Here's a screen pass to the running back.
Great job here by the defense. Third down and long. You drop back in coverage, keep everything in front of you, force that quarterback to have to check the ball down, and then you rally to the football to force this fourth down. Great job here by the D.
A little bit too much on the punt. It lands just inside the end zone for a touchback. Keep it on the ground. There's the handoff. The gain good for just a few yards. The defense swarming to the football. Here's the second down play. He'll hand it off. They'll bring him down right at the 30-yard line.
Just love watching this back run. Gets behind that offensive line, lowers his pads, and gets a nice solid gain.
So ball at the 30. This is a manageable third down play for the offense. Got him. He's sacked.
Well, give the defense all the credit here on this third down play. They got after that quarterback in a hurry. The RPO game, quarterback decides to keep it. And how about the pursuit of that defense? Now we'll see what they decide to do on fourth down.
The Bulldogs will bring their punt team onto the field. And the fair catch signaled for and taken. And the Ohio State offense comes back onto the field. They're trying to build on their lead. They were forced to punt on the last possession. Back to throw. It's Howard. He's looking deep here. This one is broken up and falls incomplete. Offense getting set up. Here's second down. That's the wide receiver coming in motion now. Quarterback wants to throw it on second down. Receiver makes the catch.
Love the timing here between the quarterback and his receiver. Pick up some positive yards, and I continue to be impressed with just the chemistry between these two.
And he floats this pass deep down the right side. And that's incomplete. They weren't afraid to let it fly, but it brings up a fourth down. Buckeyes will bring their punt team onto the field. Running it back, it's Smith. Returner tackle right there. That's where they start the drive. And the Bulldogs offense is back out on the field. They're coming off a 3-and-out, looking to produce a positive drive here. Solid gain, moves the ball to the 43. The gain makes it second and medium. Off the play fake, looking to throw the football. And he lofts it deep over the middle. Pass caught. Can he get in? Touchdown, Bulldogs. They'll take the lead in the second half.
That's what makes this guy so dangerous as a wide receiver. He can catch the ball underneath, shake and bake, and go by you, or use his speed to get around you and make a big play like this for a touchdown.
So they'll try to add to the lead now with the PAT. And the PAT puts them up 3. Here's the kickoff team now, set to boot this one away. Looks like he'll try to make a play with the return. And the returner will be brought down. Here comes the Buckeye offense onto the field. They were held to a quick 3-and-out last time, looking to put together a positive drive here. Dropping back, it's Howard. They get to completion.
Boy, great slant by the receiver. What I love is the quarterback found the window that he wanted to make the accurate throw.
They look to throw it here on second down. It's an out route, the catch made. They bring him down, but the drive has now reached the 35. First down play call. How aggressive will it be? Offense looking to throw the ball. Pulls it in. It's Tate. Heads out of bounds as a short gain on the play. Well, Kirk, it's Georgia on top so far. We've reached the end of 3. Time is running out to cut into the lead. Let's take a look at the game sets before we move on. 1 quarter to go. Let's see if this sets up as a classic finish. Less than a yard to go as they cover the line on second down. On the run, it's Judkins. Breaks loose at the 40. There's the tackle, but first down yardage.
Just a great play by the running back here, finding his lanes and then exploding through the gap when it opened up.
The Buckeyes looking to crank up the tempo a bit. Looks like he didn't get the snap off in time. That'll cost him 5 yards.
Delay of game. Offense.
Delay of game penalty will cost the offense 5. The Buckeyes churn out another first down. Here's the snap, and he's looking to throw. Trying to extend the play. Quarterback gets down to avoid the big hit. Getting set. Here's second down. Play action fake, looking to throw. The catch is made for a huge pickup. Touchdown, Buckeyes. And they'll claim the fourth quarter lead.
What a great call here by the offensive coordinator. Get the ball out of the quarterback's hands quickly. And even though you're close to the end zone, you can still throw it and use the timing to your advantage. Allow this receiver to be able to walk into the end zone.
See if they can convert the point after. PAT up and good. The lead is 4 here in the final quarter. Here's the kickoff team. Let's see if they give the returner an opportunity to bring this back. Returner looking to make a play here. And he stopped at the 20, trying to make something happen, but that's good coverage there. And the Georgia offense is back out on the field. Play action here on first down. Quick throw, testing the middle. He's got it for a big gain. They bring him down, but a big chunk of yardage on the play. So one play moves the ball to the 42-yard line. It'll be first down. Here comes a handoff. Picks up 2, so it's 2nd and 8. Scanning the field, it's Beck. The pocket breaking down. Oh, a sack. The senior on this defense making a big play.
Chris, this one's on the quarterback, in my opinion. He's got to have a better feel and a presence in the pocket to be able to either check it down or get rid of the ball. You just can't take the sack.
Here we are late in a close game. Crucial play coming up, 3rd and long. Quarterback drops back, probing the secondary. Grab down the middle. It's Nurasek. Defense will stop him after about a 9-yard gain. It'll bring up 4th down. And they'll kick it away here. Oh, it landed at the 7 and bounced into the end zone for a touchback. Here comes the powerful Ohio State offense onto the field. The passing game was so effective in the last possession, right down for a touchdown. We'll see if the defense can make adjustments. That was a nice juke, but not much room to run. He's brought down for a short gain. 2nd down after that run on the previous play. And they'll keep it on the ground, trying to run some clock. Tackled at the 32. That's enough for a first down. We head now to the 2-minute warning as this offense tries to bleed out the clock and secure this win. Ball handed off. Goes backwards, losing 3 yards there. And now it's the defense that calls timeout here, trying to get organized and preserve as much clock as possible. They're going to run it. Goes backwards, losing 3 yards there. And now a timeout taken by the defense, trying to preserve as much clock as possible for their offense. They're going to run it here. He's not going to get the first down. It's 4th down. And now it's the defense that calls timeout here, trying to get organized and preserve as much clock as possible. And at 4th down, they'll punt it away here. The fair catch made at the 25-yard line. Fresh set of downs for the offense. First down. Dropping back. It's back. And here's a deep throw with the clock winding down. And the pass is dropped. Incomplete. Would have had a huge gain. Took his eye off the ball. An important 2nd down play coming up. There's the snap. Quarterback setting up to throw. Caught over the middle. It's Nurasek. But he's hammered by the linebacker. What a hit. The clock is still running. I'll have to hurry up here, but it's a crucial third down. Looking to pick up the first down through the air. Receiver makes the grab. They've got him, but not before making first down yards. They move the ball to the 41. The clock is still running. They've got to get set quickly. Back to throw again. Lets it go. Makes the catch downfield. Big play across midfield. They'll spot it near the 36. Dogs come up to the line in the hurry up. First down. Looking to throw the football. It's caught downfield. They stop him at the 22. This offense in great scoring position now. And the offense wisely spikes the ball here to stop the clock. Second down after that previous play. Here's the snap. Quarterback drops back. Fires it to the wideout. And it's complete downfield. The gain moves the football to the 6-yard line. It'll be first down and goal. The offense spikes the ball here, looking to preserve as much clock as they can. Coming up, second down and goal. Quarterback drops back. We're going to test the secondary. He's running out of time here. He'll be taken down. The defense rises up with a sack at a crucial moment.
Well, the quarterback makes a mistake here. That's football 101. Once you get outside of the pocket, you've got to get rid of the football in this situation and not take the sack, especially in the fourth quarter.
And they cut into this lead now on third and goal. Back to pass. It's back. Looking to the end zone. Touchdown, Dogs. They have jumped in front in the final minute.
Oh, man, I think the defense was so caught up with their eyes on the quarterback, they completely lose the running back out of the backfield. Nice job by the play caller here of getting the ball out to the running back instead of the receiver for the touchdown.
Now an important PAT to stretch the lead to a field goal. And the kick is good. A 3-point game now in the fourth quarter. It's all up to the defense. Kickoff team has come on the field now to send this one away. And here's the return from inside the 5. And he stopped at the 20, trying to make something happen, but that's good coverage there. Offense getting set here, needing some big plays to get into field goal range. The clock winding down. Time is running out. They'll take a deep shot. Last gasp falls incomplete, and that'll do it for the game.